Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It is about 35 degrees last I checked, cloudy. There was snow earlier in the week, but it's now just reduced to, whatever was piled up from snow plows. And but it doesn't look like otherwise there's much or any snow on the ground, maybe a little bit here or there. And kind of wet. Looks like I think they probably received some rain here in the last 12 hours or so. But we're going to take a walk. I did go inside the lab, and I saw that I've seen or heard since I arrived Canada geese, a wood duck, robin, mourning dove, northern cardinal, red-winged blackbird. Did I say American robin? Yeah, I did. Black-capped chickadee, American goldfinch, and I think that's about it. Anyway, let me gather some stuff up, and then I think we'll do our best to have a walk here. Hope you're all well. Some of these, the wires I deal with, I think if they were human beings, they would occasionally wear t-shirts with little sayings on them, like "Born Tangled." I'll be right with you. Oh, I think I may have just heard a... Yes, I think I just heard a northern flicker type of woodpecker. I think I did anyway. We're getting there. We're almost ready. Almost ready. I wish all this were easier, but it's not. So it becomes easier. It's going to take time every time to set up. Oh, one species I forgot was blue jay, and I'm hearing one now. Let's take a walk. Oh, hold on. Just one slight adjustment. So like I said, it's 35 degrees, so not exactly warm. We've had warmer weather already this year, but it's not terribly bad, so we'll take it. It's not snowing. I think I just heard a black-capped chickadee. You can hear a black-capped chickadee singing. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second. Hold on. I've never seen that before. Sorry I didn't get it better, but that black-capped chickadee was on the ceiling upside down, and I don't know how it held on, but it did. Did you see it?
Yeah, up on the...
It was upside down. I don't know what it gripped onto to help to hold. There it is. Look like song sparrows to me. Oh no, wait, no. That one is not. It's a white-throated sparrow. I'm not sure what's behind it. Maybe another white-throated. But the chickadees are oh, who's that up there? Is that an American tree sparrow? I think so. Yes. American goldfinch there on the left. Okay, they're both white-throated sparrows there on the ground. keep moving. So a fair amount of chickadee activity in the area here. Ooh, this boardwalk. Whoa, still recording. It's not. There's no ice, but it feels a little slick just because it's wet. So I mentioned earlier I had seen a wood duck. I was in the lab when I looked out and saw it, only very briefly. I'm hearing a northern cardinal sing. And as for the Canada geese, I saw them. They were in a secondary pond as I drove in. Last week we did see some waterfowl. We saw a few species of duck and did see Canada geese, and that was, oh, and we also saw a red-tailed hawk last week. So, but other than that, we didn't see all that much. And we'll see if we had better luck this week. I wouldn't say last week's visit was bad from a bird watching standpoint, but like I said, we didn't see a lot. You're hearing red-winged blackbird sing. There's some snow on the trails. Not sure how much sapsucker received the other day. But as I said earlier in the week, we did get, something, not a huge amount. Certainly had to contend with it a bit. Just funny how things work. I was just thinking yesterday regarding my... Oh, I think I just heard a white-breasted nuthatch. Yes, there's one nearby somewhere. Maybe two. I was thinking yesterday about some of the species I have not seen at my bird feeders this winter, or have seen very little of. I've seen northern cardinals, for instance, only on occasion, for whatever reason. And, last year, and I don't remember when it started, if it was throughout the whole winter or not, but, I was seeing on a fairly regular basis Okay, we just heard a downy woodpecker. I was seeing a northern mockingbird fairly often. And maybe that was towards the later stages of winter and into early spring. I'm not sure, but I haven't been seeing them. I may have seen one once. And, the food that I'm offering hasn't changed. So, you just wonder. Tufted titmice, I have not been seeing them. Whereas before I was seeing them fairly regularly, the prior season. I'm not sure if I've seen them at all. Now, things have changed at my feeders lately because the grackles are now back and the red-winged blackbirds are now back. And so between most of the grackles and also the starlings have been coming in decent numbers too lately. It can be difficult to get in, and if you're a bird like the downy woodpecker I had seen this morning. In a way, and I've come to really better appreciate it, but in a way, the other birds that do make a mess and drop seeds, they help some of the other birds. Some of the ones who tend to stay at, like to feed on the ground, like the dark-eyed juncos. I was filling the feeders last night. And, one thing led to another. I spilled some of the birdseed. And, I think, you gotta clean it up. I knew the cleanup crew would eat it this morning, and sure enough it did. There's some birds that do come to my deck, and they like to stay on the deck floor if they can, although they will go to some other higher spots at times and whatever's convenient and everything. Like the mourning doves, they'll often feed, on the deck below the feeders, but they will sometimes go to a feeder, and they'll go also to like the deck rail and everything. The dark-eyed juncos, they seem to prefer to be on the ground, but they'll even sometimes convince themselves to go to the feeders themselves. The starlings will go anywhere there's food, whether it's fallen on the deck or if it's in the feeders. And they leave their droppings in all places too. hear Canada geese. I did only see the 2 Canada geese as I drove in. I haven't seen any others, and we just heard Canada geese. I don't know if they're the same ones. I think I just heard a red-winged blackbird flying overhead. Here, not here at Sapsucker, but here and there, I am seeing, trees change a little bit. They look like they're starting to bud up a little. It's quiet here in the woods. We're not really seeing or hearing anything. This area here that we're looking at often has puddles like this coming out of winter, and they may last a while. And so, I mean, I think this area generally is kind of wet, and that makes for interesting ground for some of the birds. It does usually dry up eventually, or nearly, usually if it doesn't dry out entirely, it gets close to it. I think I'm hearing a red-bellied woodpecker. And a northern cardinal. May have just heard a northern flicker again. More, I'm hearing more singing. We're not hearing, earlier weeks ago it was, all calls. Now you're hearing some singing too. It's that time of year. I'm just looking around as we walk. I'm trying to see if there's anything in the trees, anything that might be, sitting there silently. Even in the height of bird activity, sometimes there could be a raptor in the woods here, sitting silently without anyone calling out any alerts or anything. It's very possible. We've seen that a number of times with certain species. We've seen that, for instance, with, just last Saturday. We saw that red-tailed hawk, and we weren't hearing a lot of alert calls. We weren't hearing any alert calls for it. Not that I recall, anyway. Now, there's no doubt, if you're new, you may not know how valuable the alert calls can be to us in terms of finding raptors. On countless occasions, we've found raptors, in one place or another, only because we heard other calls of alert from other birds. And we would have missed the raptors entirely had it not been for those calls. Sometimes, of course, we just get lucky and we happen to see a raptor that was getting no attention from the other birds. Hold on a second. Just fixing something with my tripod. I need to tend to that one of these days. A little bit of ice on the water here. I mean, it's razor thin, but Just the very surface seems frozen in spots. But there are buds up there in that tree, I think. And a couple red-winged blackbirds nearby. Nothing within view. Oh, there's a Canada goose. Wait a minute. There's a goose there, a goose there. But something, maybe it was when the goose, maybe it stepped on a branch or something. It moved something here. At least it looked like it. Anyway. Just heard a crow. Are they going to nest there? Maybe. Oh, I hear a red-bellied woodpecker. We'll move on. Hello. A couple crows that way.
Any good birds today?
All birds are good birds, but just saw a couple Canada geese, but it's quiet here today. I'm not seeing much. I did see a wood duck earlier, so they're around, but not much else really. No?
Like right before the rain hit.
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice. But then I got squirrels because I put out peanuts.
Well, they have to eat too.
Yeah. So my cat was on watch TV.
No, no cats. Keep the cat inside.
He's a terrible hunter.
Well, actually, I've heard that it's safer for them to stay inside anyway. From a feline leukemia standpoint, etc. And definitely better for the birds. There's a photographer who posts on YouTube. He publishes a lot of reviews and things like that, and he often, in his tests of photography equipment, he often shows his cat. Oh, I see some white. Is it a merganser? I'll bet it is. Could be wrong, could be snow, but I think it's a merganser. Yes, common merganser right there. Hold on. So it's a male common merganser. It's a species I kind of expect to see here in the spring and late winter. And oh, I see some other ducks over here. Those are the wood ducks. Male on the left. Is that a male on the right? I believe so. And I saw another Canada goose or two over here somewhere. There, right there. And up here, I think that's a grackle there. Common grackle. And that was a red-winged blackbird there. Back to the common merganser. The Canada geese that we saw earlier, just a few minutes ago, they're both now in the water and kind of sort of out of view. Couple of Canada geese there, one, including one we just saw a minute ago. We'll move on shortly, I think. Oh, merganser is now in the water. It's a diving duck. It does dive for its food, catches fish. And is it swimming over? I don't know if it's going to join the Canada geese or. Maybe it's just going to swim through. All right, let's continue on. Would like to see more birds, but at least the pond is nice and smooth. There's no ice on it to be seen from here, and it's not being pushed around by wind either. It just looks nice. Did I hear a song sparrow? Maybe not. Chickadees again. I think I just heard a robin. Here's a helpful hint. Unless you need a lot of traction from your footwear here in the spring, unless you need it for some reason, deep treads, use footwear that either hasn't worn down or doesn't really have much, treading at all. That way you get less of this mulch and mud stuck in it. Again, unless you need it for some reason, and you might. There have been many times when I've come here and, maybe I'll be wearing shoes without deep treads, and I'll appreciate that fact after I'm done with my walk. Now, if there's snow on the ground and everything, it's a different story. There's a chickadee right there. Oh, I see the mergansers swimming out there. But just the one male. And a couple of Canada geese here swimming away now. Chickadee. Oh, the merganser just dove. Hold on, let me make an adjustment. And I think it's over here somewhere. Just dove again. out, I think. Hold on, somebody. I don't think they're allowed there. They're not supposed to be there as far as I know. I think I have permission to go there, but they don't. I don't know if the person who gave me permission would remember that they gave me permission, but I'll bet they went right through the feeding garden. Could be wrong. I don't believe you're supposed to be in that area. Here you go, black-capped chickadee. Northern cardinal. Chickadee over there. Cardinal. Just heard a common grackle. Okay, I was gonna finally decided I was going to go and see if I could show you the cardinal, but it took off. I see a couple more Canada geese over there. Starting to see, I could be wrong, but starting to see the typical pairing of geese, or pairs of geese going to, somewhat odd areas. here at Sapsucker, I see mallard. You often see the Canada geese here at Sapsucker in just odd places and spaces. There you are. Oops. And what seems to be the case each year is that, you know, the Canada geese, the mated pairs, find locations for nesting. So we start to see them in areas like around the parking lots, and I don't think we're going to go any further forward just because I don't want to startle or bother that mallard. And there may be, I don't know if there's another one nearby or not, but I don't see it if there is. Couple Canada geese there. There was a sparrow that's near them. Let's see if we can see the sparrow. Looks like a song sparrow. And like I said, we have the Canada geese here. And we just heard, well, you know, I'm not sure, was that? Yeah, I think that was a cardinal. Okay. Some parts of the cardinals singing, you know, can sound similar in some ways, at least to my ears, especially if I'm not hearing them well, you know, to the call of a northern flicker. Hi, geese. I said hi, geese, and I did that on purpose, not to be funny or anything like that. I didn't want to, believe it or not, I did not, just heard a downy woodpecker, I did not want to approach too quietly, as if like I'm stalking them. So I deliberately made that sound, and I didn't really make much eye contact with them. In other words, I'm walking by and I don't care about you in terms of food or whatever. I do care about them, but you know what I mean. I don't look at them as prey, in other words. All right, let's head to the car and then we'll head to the campus. Take a look around. few minutes. Now that was a northern, well, you probably couldn't hear it, but that was a northern flicker. No question. No question. If you don't know, it's a type of woodpecker. I've said before, since I've become a bird watcher, I'm not saying I know all the bird calls, I certainly don't, but it's just interesting as I go through, every day and I hear things, I tend to try to identify them. And sounds I used to hear years ago and not, have any idea what they were, now they mean something more to me. Well, I don't have too much mulch stuck in my treads, but there's still some. Get right with you. Okay, thank you. We'll be there shortly. Come on, light, while we're young. Welcome to the Cornell campus, everybody. It's 37 degrees here, and we're here primarily to see if we can find our red-tailed hawks. I've just seen a couple of, I believe they were crows, and I saw a gull in the air, and we're going to be looking around, and rumor is that they've been, our red-tailed hawks, Big Red and Arthur, have been going back and forth to the nest as they're working on it. So we'll see if we can hopefully catch up with them. If we're lucky, we will. If not, well, we'll look around. Over here and sneak a peek. 1 second. I can't see anything really from here anyway. Okay. Okay, let's continue this way. I don't know if they've been constantly going back and forth. I mean, we've seen that in prior years, but I don't see anybody around now. I mean, if they've been just occasionally visiting over the course of, let's say, an hour or something like that, that's a different story. something large is in the air, but it might not be a hawk. It might not have even been a raptor, I'm not sure. Possible it was Canada goose heading towards Baby Lake. I'm not sure. I saw it for a moment. Just saw, I think, a crow. And another crow. No sign of anybody in the area of the nest. We're going to expand our search area a bit. Like I said, there have been times in the past when we've seen them make, essentially constant visits to the nest. There might be one going back and forth, from the trees in front of Furno, just for, obtaining twigs and then, heading to the nest with them. And that's what I thought was happening, but I didn't see any activity. A couple mourning doves just flew through our view. In the distance, a turkey vulture. crows. Are they crows or are they ravens? Could they be ravens possibly? In a tree straight ahead. Look up at them 1 second. They almost seem like they might be agitated. No, they're crows. Come on. Let's go. In fairness, this person might not know where he is going, but from what I've seen, it also doesn't look like he's paying full attention. Starlings. Hey, Robin just flew across the road, very low, as usual. turkey vultures in the air to our left. I say the turkey vultures, it could be possible that one or the other is, or both are. Oh, wait a minute, what's that up there? Black vultures. Oh, it's a crow up there, okay. I did see one of my neighboring red-tailed hawks this morning, and I also saw eagles in the area. I saw, I think I saw at least 3 bald eagles. Could be wrong about that, but at least 2. But I'm not sure if one of the sightings was no, it probably was a 3rd. Sometimes, you see you have maybe multiple sightings of the same bird. That's what I'm referring to, basically. And it can be, depending on the situation and how it all occurs, it could be impossible to determine if you've seen multiple birds or just the same one more than once. Alright, another robin. Flew down from a tree that we were passing underneath, and there's another robin here. Stay away from the road, you. That's one thing about robins, is they often will, cross the road, cross above the road, just above the road, and ends up leading to them hitting vehicles. Not a good thing. Last week we saw Arthur in this area. He was on the utility lines to our left. And just a brief look at him. But a close look. You see around, here on the campus, sometimes at Sapsucker Woods, you see what I've just seen, and that is a Cornell catering truck. What I wonder is that really strictly just for the various events on campus from, various organizations, or do they, I wonder if anyone outside of the university ever, hires them for whatever, any kind of a function. Just wondering about that. Would a resident of Ithaca say, okay, I'm having a I don't know, I'm having a party and I want it catered. Let me reach out to Cornell Catering. I just wonder. Never know. I don't know with any certainty. I'm just, I'm just thinking, you could see Cornell Catering maybe potentially being a part of, let's say, the School of Hotel Administration, and it would be also a learning opportunity, just like the hotel itself is. There's a hotel here on campus. Can't say that I've ever been in any of the hotel rooms. I'm not even sure if I've seen the check-in desk. Come on. Actually, didn't even look. Completely clueless. And he was wearing a hood, which I'm sure at least partially restricts his vision. On the sides. Jesus thing. I like most of this. I see somebody. I see somebody. I think it's Arthur. He's still there. All right. Right here. Jeez, I hate these things. All right. Oh, come on, wires. Where are you? There you are. I think I'm hearing a dark-eyed junco. And we're looking at Arthur, a red-tailed hawk. We're actually closer to the west side of campus. Behind him is Live Slope, which is on the west side of campus. And turkey vulture flying up above. Good to see him. hear a robin. As best I can from here, I'm looking around. I don't see anybody else, or at least I don't believe so. We won't stay forever looking at him. It's getting a little bit late for us here on the campus. It's 2:30. He does look like he's keeping a close watch of anything on the ground. I do see a squirrel. I can't see the ground beneath him just because of the way the ground rolls, but in my view, to my right, I see a squirrel. I'm not saying he'll go after it, and I'm not even sure he can see it from there, but I see one. And I also see a dark-eyed junco. I don't know if I can show it to you. Actually, maybe a couple dark-eyed juncos. Yes, 2 of them. Some people about to walk by. I think they've noticed my scope. Maybe not. Okay, we're going to move on. We're just going to look for a few more minutes, see if we can maybe find Big Red. Hi, Arthur. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's possible that the big red is also in the area. I don't know. He's still there. Bye, aren't they? Well, we only have a couple more minutes before it's time to take a break. Glad we were able to see Arthur. Haven't found Big Red yet, obviously. Be nice to see her. Well, everybody, I think it's break time. And we'll probably restart around 4:15. Okay, let me... I think you did. I'm going to assume you did. Okay, we'll see you around 4:15, everybody. Welcome to Montezuma, everybody. It's 40 degrees here. And we're going to look around. We'll see if we can see anything of interest. You know, we're in a transitional part of the year. You know, some birds have migrated away already. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm not ready. Am I? Uh-oh. Where are my binoculars? Who took my binoculars? Where are my binoculars? Who took them? Hand them over, whoever you are. Alright, I've got to find them. Hold on one second. There they are. Okay. Oh, good. Whatever I was going to look at is now closer. I think it's a kestrel. And it is. Okay, hold on one second. Just a quick look. This is an American kestrel. Right here with me. And I don't want to bother it in any way, so we're going to move on. It's a small falcon. Oh, and it has taken off. It's flying parallel to the utility lines, and I think I see something else now, probably a red-tailed hawk to our right. And I'm definitely not going to stop for that. Not that I wouldn't mind looking at it. It is a red-tailed hawk. And and another red-tailed hawk on the power poles. But they are a little skittish here. And if we stop, they'll almost certainly move on. And I don't want to do that to them. So we're going to keep going ourselves. So a couple red-tailed hawks and an American kestrel. Not bad. Not bad. Nice to see. Oh, another kestrel. By the way, speaking of red-tailed hawks, obviously we saw Arthur on the campus, and you know he's a red-tailed hawk and everything. He's a predator and everything, but somehow he still manages to be a cute little birdie. Just so you know. It's good to see him there, as we did on the campus. And we're going to pull over in a moment. We've got a car behind us, but we're going to pull over in a moment and take a quick look at the great blue heron rookery. We saw activity there last week, and I'm guessing there's probably even more this week, just, you know, as more great blue herons have come into the area, most likely. Most likely. Let this vehicle pass me. Come on. There you go. And let me just drive ahead a little bit further. To our left is what's called the North Spring Pool. Just so you know, I haven't gone there much over the years. There just doesn't seem to be usually that much to see there, to be honest with you. One second, I got to deal with something. Hold on. Here, Canada goose. Looks like it might be on the North Spring Pool. Oh, yeah, there they go. Okay, and then the rookery. Lots of activity. Lots of activity. Look at all those great blue herons. I'm not saying every single nest is occupied, but quite a few of them anyway are now. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, we'll switch cameras. Fair to say that some are not yet occupied, or at least I can't see any activity on them from here. I hear a mallard. So again, we're looking at great blue herons. That is an eagle. This grouping of great blue heron nests is known as a rookery. And we're going to move on. Okay, nice to see. Like I said, we've got a lot of great blue heron activity. We saw a fair amount last week. Certainly, there's even more this week, unsurprisingly. Okay, while we're here, what's on the North Spring Pool? Anything else besides... I'm not sure what that is back there. It looks like it might be a mallard. Yes, mallards. And we saw Canada geese already, and we're going to move on. This coming weekend, a week from today will be the 28th, so unless they happen to open early, and I doubt they will, but unless they happen to open Wildlife Drive early, it'll be another week before, after that, it'll be open. But as I've said before, yes, I want it open, but, it's not like it used to be for me, where I didn't know about the various things to see and places to go, and in wintertime. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I can't wait till it opens because there's nothing to see up here. I mean, it's not like that at all. I'd say there's plenty to see in wintertime, and in fact, I even look forward to some of that wintertime birding. Something's in the air. To our left, above Shockey Pool, it's it's a great blue heron. Okay, I mean it was just gliding, and the legs seemed long, but it was like, gliding to where? I don't know. But anyway, it looked like it was heading towards the rookery. But to our right, I see a Canada goose on the ground. To our left, I don't know if I'll show them to you, I see a couple swans. I'm not going to show them to you, they've got vegetation in the way. In Shockey Pool, anyway. A couple swans in Shockey Pool. No surprise there. Usually we see some, we do see some swans nesting in the area. Primarily, I would say, trumpeter swans more than anything else. To our right on Mays Point Pool, there's some waterfowl activity. What do we see? Gadwalls and a swan. So let's take a quick look. Quick look just with this camera. If we find a need, we'll switch cameras. But oh, some Canada geese just took off from there. Anyway, these ducks are gadwalls. Canada goose there in the back. I'm not sure what is there in the farthest area. Here's that swan. Is that a mute? That's a mute swan. That is a mute swan. All right, we're gonna move ahead. I'm gonna turn around. I want another look with the other camera, I think, and it'd just be easier to do it this way. Let's just turn right around right here. Don't do this at home. Oh, I see to our right an eagle in the air. I think. Yes, eagle. Things are different now, you know, with less ice on the water everywhere. You know, the birds are and also things have changed. Some birds have left or whatever. You know, things are definitely different than they were just a few weeks ago. Okay, let's take a look at Mays Point Pool a little bit better. So this is the mute swan that we saw moments ago. I hear a red-winged blackbird. And farther back, Canada goose there. Those are gadwalls, those ducks. More gadwalls there. Another Canada goose, and way back there, what do we have? Are the gadwalls? Oh yeah, I guess they are. Oh, and a widgeon. I see a widgeon there. American widgeon right there at center. Gadwall about to be in front of him. Oh, everybody left for some reason. Oh, eagle, I think. Where'd it go? No, not that eagle. I lost sight of it. Hold on. Let me look with binoculars 1 second. I don't know if that's what startled, and not all the ducks flew, just a few, so maybe it was just some little something, I don't know. Okay, I think we're going to move along. And let's just look over here though quickly. Okay. Okay, I see an eagle in a tree. I think it's an eagle. I don't know if we'll have a view of it or not from here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. And it may be that eagle we saw just moments ago in the air. No, from here I really can't see it here. Pigeons to our right, but nothing really going on to our left. Just let this vehicle pass me. And just a reminder, right up ahead to our, on the other side of the bridge, in a tree, there's an eagle nest, a bald eagle nest. Now, I don't know if it's active this year. It was active last year. And nothing really going on in this channel. Oh, there's an eagle, though. Hold on. Oh, 2 eagles. Including the one I couldn't see from just back. So this is the one I couldn't see and can now see. This is looks like an immature one. And then there's this one over here, an adult. Here, a northern cardinal. I hear a northern flicker. I think. I can't see that eagle. I lost it. Yeah, it's out of my view. Okay, I don't see anybody else. There's this eagle that we've already seen. Where's it? There. Hearing a common grackle. Or 2. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, hold on. Is there something in the water? No. I think I know why we were disconnected. And I've complained about this particular problem that led to this that led to our disconnection to the manufacturer of a certain product, and because they changed something some time ago, and I thought it was stupid when they initiated the change. I wonder if anyone asked for the change, and I'm going to have to write to them again and say, please fix this. I certainly didn't ask for it, and it led to a problem. That's all I'll say about it. I received the message that we've got a couple Canada geese, actually a few Canada geese to our right. Before I even received your message that we were disconnected, I was like, oh, I think we're disconnected. So anyway, a gull is flying overhead. Now, we're going to take a left up here. We didn't see, last week we saw ring-necked ducks, as I recall, in the area that we're heading to, and that was pretty much it. This week may be different. Who knows? Chances are there's still a lot of open water, and as I've mentioned before, it can be a good draw for waterfowl. So we'll see if anything has bothered to go there, or maybe not. You never know. I mean, just seeing the gulls that I'm seeing, not a lot of them, but I'm seeing some, it makes me wonder if... Oh, a lot of gulls to our right in the field. Distant, but they were there on the ground. And up ahead, well, I'm not seeing any white from here anyway, but there is a lot of water, open water. And will there be any activity? I don't know. We'll look in a moment. Few ducks, not many. Mallards, I think. Oh, maybe some ring-necked ducks. I think I see a bald eagle, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's take let's take a look at things. All right, on the other side of the road, I think I saw maybe some gadwalls, but I'm not sure. No, that's not a gadwall. That looks like a mallard or an American black duck. Maybe an American black duck. I think so. American black ducks, I think. And then farther away, here's some gulls. Those are ring-necked ducks. More ring-necked ducks, and that's a ring-necked duck there also. And that's a female. The one behind, that's a male. And that's a female right there. Okay, and now on this side of the road, another ringneck duck there. Let's see if we can get a look, better look. Sure, now it's behind some vegetation. More ringneck ducks back there. Okay, let's move the car just a bit. Okay, I think that's enough. So, additional ringneck ducks back there, and there's the eagle, bald eagle, Canada geese there. And we're going to move on shortly. But it looks like, again, it's mostly ringneck ducks. I thought I saw a mallard or two also, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, we're going to move on. Oops. In the air, I see Canada geese in formation, not very, very high, but there's another one there. Okay, let's move on. Wait for a vehicle. Come on, let's go. I mentioned that there are a lot of gulls in the field to our left. Oh, some have moved closer. Let's just take... Oh, red-tailed hawk. Oh, come on. Okay, moving out of the area, but the gulls have really taken to the air for the moment. I don't know if it's because of the hawk or not. I have no idea, but they might. They might have. I think they're probably ring-billed gulls, but I'm not sure. Looks like it. Alright, we're gonna go. And you know, I think we're going to take a left here. Haven't done that in a while, but you know, obviously we haven't been in the area for a week, and you know, I'm sure some birds have come, some birds have left, and but last week we saw good numbers of sandhill cranes, and you know, it's not a bad idea to look around just in case. I mean, it's a little bit earlier in the day. See some Canada geese in here. It's a little bit earlier in the day, so it's not yet time for them to, you know, roost anywhere, if assuming they're still in the area. And so, you know, we might, if they're around, we might see them in a field somewhere grazing. To our left, some Canada geese on the ground. There's a pond, I think, of some sort to our left, and I see something on the pond. What do I see? Looks like some ring-necked ducks, and I thought I saw something maybe larger, and maybe not. Oh, there's a common merganser on it also. I don't have any good views. We have a lot of trees between us and the pond, so, but that's what I saw. I saw the white of the male common merganser. To our right in the air, I see some birds in the air. They look like probably Canada geese, and maybe they're going to land in this cornfield. Oh yeah, maybe. And more Canada geese, I think. It's through the windshield. Oh, they're snow geese. They're not Canada geese. They're snow geese. Hello, snow geese. Hello. At least some of those are snow geese, and some are Canada geese. All right, hold on. Not huge numbers. Okay, I think we can get closer to them. Oops. And maybe we will when we come back around. It's a cornfield to our right, so good, likely good grazing for them. And along 31, along Route 31, we haven't gone there yet. There could be good grazing as well. Up ahead, I see some birds in the air. I'm not sure what they are. Could be Canada geese. They look like they might be circling back around. Yes, I believe they're Canadas. And they could be about to land in the cornfield to our left, but that's there's a slope up from the road that we're on, and then it plateaus, so you can't really see there. Like I said, sometimes it's worth driving around these fields because you never, you don't know what you're going to find. You might find something that is drawn to them, and it's sometimes worth a look. Now there are a lot of, there are other fields that we don't drive near, and maybe could argue that we drive all around every road and up and back and everything, but there's not enough time for that. And maybe it's not worth it anyway. I really don't know, but and I'm not sure we'll get a closer look at the snow geese, but if we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. I think we've probably passed the area where they are. So maybe the answer is no, we won't. Oh well, it's okay. Some chickens to our right. Right chicken. see a great blue heron in here. Is it a great blue heron? Or is it an eagle? 1 second. Great blue heron. Flying away from us. I wouldn't say that all the great blue herons are back, but quite a few of them are. Obviously, you see the European starling. And let's just pull over here for a second. Let me have a look around. Nothing obvious. Couple swans in the a few swans in the field to our right. There's less activity than I thought there might be, but a couple swans there, and I see a northern pintail, and which is a duck, and like I said, just a few swans, but I'm not seeing a lot of activity. But that doesn't mean that there isn't elsewhere a lot. There might be. Let's we'll do like we did as we did last week, and we'll drive forward because there's a decent likelihood that there'll be some water that's drawn, a lot of ducks or something. We saw that last week. We saw a lot of northern pintails and also a lot of green-winged teals, some mallards. But so far, as I'm driving now on either side, I'm not seeing anything obvious. But it was really closer to the other end where there was, significant water and significant waterfowl activity last week. Be seeing an eagle near an eagle nest. I'm not sure. And I have a feeling where I intend to pull over if we do see ducks. I don't think I'll be able to see. No, I won't be able to see the nest. And to show you, things have essentially dried up, surprisingly. Here. I probably should drive across the river, but I'm not going to today. But last week there was a lot of, you couldn't see anything there. You couldn't see the ground. It was essentially, for the most part, covered with water. Now that has soaked into the ground or whatever, and now there's no activity there, really. No surprise. I mean, it happens. And we're gonna pull over here. Yeah, I think we can get away with this right here. And we're gonna take a look at that eagle nest. I think it looks like there's an eagle right next to it. I could be wrong though. Oh yeah, 2 eagles there in the nest. Hold on. I could get the other camera out and switch to it, but I don't think it's going to be a great view no matter what we do, just because the distance is so long. So that's a bald eagle nest, and you saw 2 bald eagles at the nest. Probably one almost definitely in the nest. The other, if not in the nest, is right next to it. And I think the fake snow geese are still there. To our left, let me look at the fake snow geese. I wonder if the fake grazing is good there. Hold on 1 second. There could be real grazing there, but fake snow geese. But they're just fake. Oh, let me pull forward a little bit. We've got cars behind us, but. We do have some pintails. And I don't know who's vocalizing. That's an odd vocalization. I've heard some red-winged blackbirds, but I'm not sure what that other... Hold on, let me get Merlin out. iOS and their stupid updates. I mean, come on. It's saying American tree sparrow, and it's showing me a video of song sparrow. Come on, don't do that. I didn't ask for a video of a song sparrow. Anyway, we've got northern pintails. And, oh, I think I see green-winged teals there too, a couple of them. Let's see if we can have a quick look with the other camera. So we do have a few, mostly northern pintails, these ducks, but then we do have also here the smaller ones. Those are green-winged teals. So not anywhere near the numbers we saw last week of both species, but oh, there's a shorebird there too. I don't know who that is. Could it be a Dunlin or could it be a least sandpiper? Maybe not. It's a little, looks maybe a little large. Are there others there? Yeah. Oh, look at that bill. Hold on. Where were they? Hold on. I'm not sure if I'm going to find them again. Hold on. Oh, there. Could be leased. Yeah. Well, we really have to move along, but... there are a few of them. The green-winged teal there, that's a male. He's a small duck, and shows you how small these shorebirds are, because they're even smaller. But did I see one with a longer bill, or is that just kind of an illusion or something else? May have been just a perspective issue. Could be. Okay. See some grackles. See if we can pull in here, maybe have a better look at what few swans there are. Maybe we won't be able to, I'm not sure. Sure if that's going to be possible from here. Look like trumpeter. So those are trumpeter swans. While we're here, let me just look around a little bit. Mallards, I think, yeah. Maybe an American black duck there too. Looks like it in the background. But overall, not much here, but there's not that much water either overall, so. Okay, let's go. Oh. Just a quick look. One of the swans is up and in better view. And I'm guessing the other one will follow, but maybe not. But we're going to move on. I think the one that came up is heading maybe back down. Yeah, it looks like it. So far we haven't seen, huge numbers of birds, but we've actually seen, overall, I'd say a decent variety of birds in the Montezuma area. A couple more swans, but we're going to keep going, I think. Last week, we're heading towards Van Dyne's Ford. Last week, we saw some good activity overall in that area. We saw lots of ducks, and we also saw a fair number of sandhill cranes. And I don't know if we'll see the same sort of thing this week or what. We haven't seen any cranes yet. We have not been to East Road yet. And that's where we first saw cranes last week. And maybe we should have gone right there. I don't know. But since we're here, we're just going to take a quick. We're heading out to Van Dyne's Ford. If we don't see much, we'll just turn right around. And we might again go to Railroad Road. I want to confirm that it's Railroad Road. I think it is. I wonder, whoever named it, if it is Railroad Road, did they consider anything else? Oh, Canada Geese to our left. We saw them last week also, near that pond. Did they consider something else, like, I don't know, Railroad Boulevard or Railroad Way, Street, or Plaza, or I don't know. Railroad Drive. They just stuck with Railroad Road. see. To our left, there's some white. Are they fake snow geese? Yeah, they look like fake snow geese. And a cornfield. I don't know if I've ever seen decoys there before. And there's another field, well, I don't know if it's a grassy field, but it looks grassy. And it does have spread out quite a few gulls. We'll take a left right here, right now. And it is called Railroad Road. Now we came this way last week, and that's when we saw, the most of the sandhill cranes that we saw in this area. Oh, sorry, mourning doves. And some starlings above us. And some starlings on the ground. Oh no, maybe grackles, or maybe both. But it was up ahead here where we saw the sandhill cranes last week. And I see some Canada geese in the air, just a few. But I'm not seeing any sandhill cranes. Doesn't mean that there aren't any in the area. They just might not be here, or maybe there aren't any in the area. But we're going to turn around. Up higher, I see more Canada geese. Just 4 more. Hold on. More Canada geese, I think. Yes. Or maybe the same ones. Okay. Luck for us Sandhill Cranes here on Railroad Road today. But last week we were fortunate enough to see a fair number of them. We also did see, well, I know we saw two last week at, from Van Dyne Spoor. May have heard more, but I only saw two in the air with you. To our left in a tree. Could take that road that we just passed, and I did see a vehicle ahead, well ahead, but I think maybe in the coming weeks we might go there, but not. I don't think it's really a great idea today, just given what is there and what has returned to this point. I think I see a vehicle up ahead. Do I? Yes, I do. Kind of listen. Hear that singing? That's right, you don't. What did I just see? Did I just see something? Is there a chipmunk, maybe? I thought I saw something on the ground. We did hear some singing in Sapsucker, but remember, maybe things are a little different here. We're not right next to Ithaca. We're a ways away, and maybe things just aren't quite as far along in terms of, birds returning and singing. Maybe a couple vehicles up there. Try to find the best path here. There are two vehicles. They're not right next to each other. And I point that out because, maybe it doesn't mean that there's like some one great spot that has a great view of everything. Oh, I see a great blue heron. Not that we haven't seen any great blue herons today, but we haven't seen any here until now, this season. So just a quick look. Two herons. There's one in flight now. And then there's one over here. Alright, let's drive forward a bit. grasses here that might block our view a bit. We probably won't spend as much time. I don't see as much duck activity either, but we probably won't spend as much time today here. Those, are they mergansers? Yes, they're hooded mergansers. That one definitely is anyway. Yes, female on the left, male on the right. Ringneck ducks. I hear a Canada goose. Looks like another hooded merganser. We've got those two that are still closer, but that's another hooded merganser there. Alright, let's move forward. One of the vehicles, the closer one, has moved forward also. But let's move forward ourselves. If we see anything of real interest, or that we do need a closer look, we'll switch to the other camera and get set up for that kind of viewing. Yeah, there's not nearly as much duck activity this week as last week. At least not that I've seen so far. Things change a lot. We saw along Route 31, the water levels changed, and I don't know if that's the only reason why, but we didn't see nearly as many pintails, for instance. Let's take a look here. That is an American coot, not a duck, but it's an American coot. And those are northern pintails. Oh, and back there, that's an American widgeon. More widgeons back there. More pintails. Okay, I think we will switch cameras. Just for better looks, those are ringneck ducks there, and northern pintails there. Okay, give me a minute. I wish everything wouldn't get caught on everything else. Who's making that sound? I mean, there are some ducks here. I think I see some mallards also, but like I said, it doesn't seem to be at the at the kind of numbers we saw last week. So there at center is an American coot, but then it's surrounded by ringneck ducks. Not sure who that is back there. Are they widgeons? Yes. American widgeons. I hear a pied-billed grebe. At least I think I do. Another American coot back there. You see a number of pintails, northern pintails. Canada geese and pintails there. Those are widgeons. Hold on, somebody's not. That's better, I think. It's a male American widgeon there, if you're wondering. Female. Ringneck duck. More. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Get this out of the way. Okay, well, we're going to move forward. I think I'm going to leave everything in place. Close the window just in case, because things are splashing a bit, and there's a lot of water ahead of us. This will be bumpy, most likely. Let's look here again. Just a quick look. I think we've kind of looked here already. Oh, yeah, they're northern pintails. I think we've essentially looked here already. All right, let's keep going. Widgeons. Canada geese. Hear that wheezing kind of sound. Those are widgeons, I believe. And the softer brr, brr, brr are the pintails. Just heard a red-winged blackbird, and there's one there, I believe, in view. Canada geese, and that was a northern pintail that just landed, male. And that's a female northern pintail right there. I'm not sure who those were. Okay, let's move forward. Up ahead, the vehicle that just moved ahead, I'm not faulting them. They frightened some ducks away. We were doing the same sort of thing last week. There were ducks that would be, fairly close, relatively close to the water, and they'd be startled, I guess, and fly off. But they wouldn't fly very far. I think they would see soon enough that no one was pursuing them. Gadwalls here. That's a gadwall there at center. Oh, and farther back, those are northern. That's a northern shoveler. Is that a female? I don't know. Might be a female shoveler there. That's a female northern shoveler, and that's American widgeon, and look like Canada geese there. Let's move forward. Hold on a second. These, I think, are mallards. Yes, mallards there. And there. Pintail there at center, and behind American widgeons. And there in the distance was a northern shoveler. Let's move forward a little bit. Oh, hold on a second. Do I see something? No. Some pintails moving on. Hold on a second. Oh, shoot. Yeah, they're all taking off. Northern shovelers, maybe a gadwall or two in there. Are those American black ducks way back there? I think so. Looks like it. Could be a ringneck duck back there. I think so. Mallards. Okay. And you know something? Well, there's still a fair number of birds to look at. I hope I just don't want to startle any. Hold on a second. I'm gonna switch cameras. Startling some of them away. I didn't want to do that. They're not flying very far, but they're flying away. There's a third car behind us now, so there are 3 behind us total that I see. Oh, I think we have some scops. Could be wrong. I might be wrong. Those are ringneck ducks. But farther on, I thought I may have seen... I could be wrong. Yeah, that's a scaup there. kind of look like greater, but I could be wrong. I'm just looking for the... These again are ringneck ducks, similar in appearance. That's a widgeon there at center. And the scops are out there. Gadwall. The lesser scop and the greater scop look very similar, but there are some differences, and I'm sure the experts can tell right away. I need to see maybe either the two side by side, or there's like a little bit of a point on the head, I think, of the smaller, lesser scop, and although I'm not sure it's always visible, and that's what I'm kind of looking for. So some scops are out there, and like I said, we have ringneck ducks that are a little closer. Okay, let's move forward. Let's stop here for a second, take a quick look. I think more ringneck ducks, if I had to guess. No, those are widgeons. And a scop. And those, yes, those are green-winged teals there. Those two. Gadwall's coming into view now. Scop. Widgeons. Mallard. Okay, let's drive forward. Oh, eagle. Hold on. Oh, it's not in view. Is it going after the birds? Maybe. Or maybe it did and it's no longer. Now it's coming back. Hold on a second, hold on. I gotta deal with this. It's a juvenile eagle. It's not in view right now. But it was flying low to the water. There it is. I see it. Come on, Subaru, get out of the way. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Now, while you're looking at the eagle, I want to look at the people who've just gotten out of their vehicle, and I don't know why. If it's because of the eagle, maybe they saw it flying around too, I don't know. This is a juvenile eagle, or immature, however you want to put it. Those are American widgeons, female on the left. I think it's pretty safe to say, I'm sorry I didn't show it to you, but I think it's fairly safe to say this eagle was interested in the various ducks. Could be wrong, but it seemed to be, flying low to the water, unless it saw a fish or something. Hold on a second, I've got to make an adjustment. Shovelers in the back. And that's a widgeon back there. We'll move on shortly. Okay, let's move on. The people up ahead, they're not looking at the eagle. I don't know what they're looking at, but they're not looking at the eagle. It could be they're just trying to see what's here and record what's here. I don't know. let's take a look from here quickly. Oh, do I see canvasbacks back there? Yes, I do, I think. Definitely. The ones with the white body, and that, like that one that just flapped its wings, that's a male canvasback. And I don't know if I've seen any females yet, but oh, yep, there's a female and a male swimming together. The males are more obvious just because they have the white body, white flanks, and the deep, dark red heads. The females have a gray body and a brownish, tannish brown head. So, good variety of ducks here today. We saw a good variety last week, but I'd say there might be overall even more varieties this week. I don't recall seeing scops or canvasbacks last week here. Ringneck ducks, but there's a female canvasback with them. Looks like a herring gull, I think. Could be wrong. Okay, what else? Okay, let's move on. Sorry. I don't know if that's the same eagle we saw at ground level or not. In the distance, you see some common mergansers. We've seen hooded mergansers already, but here are some common mergansers. And then more canvasbacks, and looks like a ringneck duck there. Oh, that's a bufflehead there at center. Just of a male bufflehead. Those distances are kind of long here. Ringneck ducks there. And that looks like a... Was that a female bufflehead by any chance? Might have been. Well, that's a male bufflehead. And I don't know if that's the same one or not. I think not. Yep, that's a different one. So that's a male bufflehead right there. And I saw a female. Ringneck ducks back there. I think that's another hooded merganser there. Yes, hooded merganser. And I'm not sure where the common mergansers are. That's another bufflehead. So really, quite a nice variety of ducks here. I'm glad we came here today. But we're going to turn around, I think, and head out of the area. And who are these guys? Looks like ringneck ducks and American widgeons. And some gadwalls. Okay, let's head out. I'm going to switch cameras. Oh, eagle. Hold on. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Could be two of them over there, I'm not sure. Yes. turn around. Oh, there are several eagles. I'd say at least 4. I hear a crow, and I also hear gadwalls. The eagles are pretty much sticking to the trees, though. That's a common merganser there. Some shovelers back there. Oh, American black ducks there. All right, let's head out of the area. Here's some Canada geese. Hold on, let me just tend to something here. Get this thing out of my way. Everything has to get caught on everything else, including this dumb thing. I see one of the eagles behind us in flight. But heading away from the area that's now to our left, and I see, I think, another eagle, another immature eagle of some sort. Distantly over the water. Okay, I didn't think it was still there. I was checking to see if the eagle that we had seen at ground level, you know, on a mound of whatever it was still there. I don't see it there. So anyway, we're heading out of the area slowly but surely. If we see anything, we'll stop and we'll look. I could stay here longer. I just, but there are other places I want to visit before it gets dark. But I mean, we've certainly, you know, I think we've seen a fair amount here. Oh, what's going on up there? Those look like ducks. Why do they look like ducks? Look how rapidly they're flapping their wings. So they're not geese. Now what I'm curious about, will they come in? It looks like they might be coming in. Oh, come on, wires. Maybe some of them, I think the formation broke up a bit. Alright, I can't see them very well with the naked eye anyway, so we're going to keep going. Anyway, like I said, we've seen a lot here. Again, last week we had good luck here, and we're having good luck here again. Really, overall in Montezuma, we've had some decent luck. You know, the whole... What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Okay, Canada geese, okay. But even, I mean, sapsucker wasn't, you know, very active, but we did see, you know, some waterfowl there. Kind of quiet, but not terribly so. I see a muskrat. And I would have liked to have seen Big Red, but we had a nice look at Arthur on the canvas. And, you know, here we've had some good luck. And actually we've had good luck really essentially everywhere we've been in the Montezuma area. I say good luck now, you know, and obviously we've had more luck in some spots than others, but you know, the fact is we've had something to look at everywhere. Hooded mergansers. I can't get them. No sandhill cranes though, so let's continue to head out of the area and back towards East Road. I'd still like to get there before it gets too dark. Oh, hold on. What do I see? Looks like a couple eagles flying together. I think they might be both adults. At least one of them is. Both of them. Oh! Not sure where everyone went, but we still have a couple eagles within view. Oh, one is, I don't know who it is, but it's flying over here. I don't know if it just circled around when, you know, we weren't looking. Those are northern pintails that just landed there. And let's continue on. So we've seen a number of eagles in this area today. I will admit, I'm not sure when we were seeing like the 4 that were flying around back at the other end. I don't know if they were all immature or if at least 2 of them were, but I'm not sure if the others were also. So it's difficult for me to say how many that we've seen in total. No question, at minimum, well, I would say at least 5. Well, I saw 3 adults over on this end, at least, and an immature. There goes a great blue heron. And I don't know. Not everyone stays put to be counted. Anyway, we're heading out of the area, as I said, and this has been a good visit to Van Dyne Spoor, in my opinion. Kind of figured I'd be washing my car tonight anyway, so this does not bother me all that much. In that regard, anyway. I've said it before, but I'm lucky in that I'm not looking for something specific when it comes to the birds. I just I can appreciate just about any bird we see, and I enjoy seeing various activities, and so it's not like I go out, I see one, if I don't see a certain bird, I'll be disappointed. I'm disappointed if we, go to the campus and I can't find any of our hawks, for instance, but that's because I am interested in seeing them specifically when I'm on the campus. But everywhere else, if I'm just generally bird watching, I'm not necessarily expecting any particular species or certainly no specific individual. But, to each his own. If that's what someone likes, they want to see a certain species or whatever, and they don't, well, maybe that's all they're interested in. That's okay. We've heard, years ago from some people, the only thing I like are great blue herons. So, I'm not interested in any of the other birds. And that's fine, I remember hearing people critical of that notion, and my response was, well, some people don't like any birds. can say I don't have a favorite species. That'd be very tough for me to pick a favorite. Well, I don't think I can. There are several that I, you probably can tell. Oh, he must really like that species. We always make an effort to see them. I like watching sandhill cranes, as you know. But it's not, for some species, it's not just that I like the species, but maybe I'm just always hoping to record just that great look, that great image or great video or whatever, and maybe until I do, I'll never be satisfied, and I'll just keep trying to record them. We've had over the years some great looks at sandhill cranes, but there's some looks we haven't had that I would really like to have. For instance, and this may never happen, but I'd like to have a good look at one, on its nest, maybe with young in view. I'd love to see that. I mean a good look, Fake snow geese are still there to our right. At least we got to see some real snow geese too. Not many, but a few. But so far, the decoys outnumber the real ones today. I wonder, just given what we've seen in terms of activity levels and everything, I wonder if I think it's fair to say we're probably well into, or maybe even past the, almost done with snow goose migration. I could be wrong. This year has been different, and at one point I was wondering if, because of the snow we had in January and the cold that remained for weeks, I wonder if, if the snow geese moved further south than they had in the last several years. And maybe that's why we weren't really seeing them, like on the lake or anything, I'm not saying that's the case, I don't know, but it makes sense if you think about it. If you're a snow goose that roosts on Cayuga Lake, but then during the daytime you're, or much of the daytime you're in the fields, grazing. But if those fields are covered with snow, maybe you had to head south. This pond that's to our right, where I saw the Canada geese last week and again this week, well, I don't see any Canada geese. They must have left. That looks of things. One thing about the birds, at least maybe a conclusion I shouldn't be drawing, but at least my own observations have me believing that generally what they do is logical in one way or another. And if you're a bird that only migrates as far as you have to, well, it makes sense to just if you have to move on, you move on. But if you don't, you stay where you are, and winter there. Something. I want to pull over here for a second. something. Okay. I'm not sure what body of water is to our left there, but I wonder if that's the Seneca River. Might be. Let's head to East Road and see if anything's going on there. I don't know. I don't get the sense that there might be a lot going on, but could be wrong. And it's obviously later now in the day, so it could be that some birds are coming in there to roost in the marsh. Are we going to see any sandhill cranes? I have no idea. I suspect we will somewhere. I see some deer to our left. Welcome to East Road. It's 38 degrees, by the way. The forecast I had seen earlier had called for decreasing clouds now, and then clouds again in the evening, so I haven't seen much of a decrease in clouds. So, whatever. Getting kind of late to have a decrease in clouds, well, what do I know? You look down from here, the way the light is and everything, it's hard for me to see the marsh, just because it's reflecting brightly. And if there's anything dark on there, sure, I might be able to see it, but anything lighter, maybe not. All right, let me have a look here. I'll look at binoculars first. Not much down there, if anything. Well, I'm not sure what just came in kind of sort of for a landing and not in the water. Let's continue. I'll give you a quick look first, but I'm not seeing anything right off the bat that has me saying, okay, we've got to stop and look at this. Just heard a red-winged blackbird, though. Alright, we'll have a look at that, whatever it is. But something flew over here and landed in that area, but it was a bunch of smaller birds. I'm not sure what they were. Let's take a quick look and we'll continue through this area. 1 second. look here and there, maybe, unless we see something really wonderful. It's a wood duck. Hey, wood duck. I think mallards. Hold on a second. Looks like maybe more mallards and there in the distance, those are green-winged teals. Oh, are those ring-necked ducks? I think so. And then behind them, a couple swans. If I had to guess, I'd say trumpeter. I think so. Most likely. Okay, let's continue. Oh, hold on. Let me just look over here for a bit. Not a lot of activity. Okay. This thing off one of these days. I just never have to worry about it again. Now, just a reminder, last week we saw in the cornfield, well, right to our immediate right now, there's, I don't believe, well, it might be a cornfield. I think it is, but very closely harvested. But anyway, last week we saw a good number of sandhill cranes in the field to our right, and so far I'm not seeing any cranes, but I'll have a closer look in a moment. As large as they are, especially under this lighting, they might not be easy to see if they're in and amongst the corn stalks, even the harvested corn stalks. Oh, some Canada geese. Hi, geese. Hello, geese. But I don't see any cranes. Now, the cranes we saw last week, I kind of would doubt that they'd all stay around. I would have kind of thought maybe some would, but the thing is, they might have been simply stopping in the area, and then maybe they left. I don't know. A few more Canada geese to our right. But I saw like a flock of smaller dark birds land, I thought, in the area to our left. Now, maybe they moved on already, I don't know. And I don't Canada Goose or two, but that wasn't what I saw earlier. All right, let's keep heading out. And then, now, not last week, but in prior years, I've seen sandhill cranes in this stretch here to our right. So that's possible, although I'm not seeing any now either. But no, I don't see anybody. And you know, it's 6:36 according to my clock. You know, it could very well be that they are in the area. They just haven't, you know, started heading to the marsh to roost, or maybe they're roosting elsewhere, or who knows. But looks like we might not see any sandhill cranes today. Then again, you know, for all I know, they're near the visitor center up here, and you know, we've seen some good activity. You know, maybe they're in the main pool, and you know, with Wildlife Drive closed, we are not heading to the main pool. And speak of the crane. Hi, cranes. That's the great blue heron. Now, I'm glad we're seeing the great blue heron. The crane, oh, I can't see the cranes any longer, but notice, normally at cruising speed and altitude and everything, the great blue heron will retract its head back. Its legs will still be extended, but it'll retract its head back. So if you're seeing, you know, a bird in the air, especially up higher or whatever, and the head is extended and the legs are long also, then maybe you have a better chance of it being a sandhill crane. Now, sometimes we've seen, like, for instance, at Sapsucker Woods. Hold on. I think we've got some common mergansers here. A couple males. Sometimes we've seen at Sapsucker Woods, for instance, a couple of great blue herons kind of, you know, chasing each other around a little bit, not at high altitude, just flying around, you know, either not too far above the water or at least just in the area, you know, all at or beneath the tops of the trees in terms of altitude, and maybe, you know, they still have their necks extended. That's a little different. It's tempting to go back to East Road, but I don't think we're going to do that. Just because we did see sandhill cranes, the 3 cranes, and they seem to be heading there. Maybe I didn't take as thorough a look as I should have. Maybe I would have seen cranes if I had looked more closely. That's possible. I don't know. But we're going to continue on. Who are those people? Why are they walking there? Are they allowed to walk there? Along Shockey Pool? I don't think so. Yeah, I think they just decided to walk out there without permission. Ah, nope. Still have to slow down, stop. No. No. could stay. We could turn right back around and go to back to East Road. I'm tempted. Maybe we'll see a lot of cranes come in, for instance, but I just haven't had the sense that there are a lot of cranes around. But I could be wrong. And maybe they're at Shockey Pool, for instance. I mean, that's possible too. We are going to go to the airport. I don't necessarily expect to see a snowy owl. It's we're getting to late March now. But there may be other owls there or something, so I think it might be worth going there. We'll see, and there might be other things to see along the way. So I don't mind going. You know what? We're gonna let's head towards the visitor center just to take a look around. Just in case there are sandhill cranes there. Now, it's getting late, so, if they were there, maybe it's not a good idea. I'd be concerned that they've left that. If they were there, they may have left the area already because they're now, heading towards roosting area. I don't know. So maybe we won't bother. To our left, one of the red-tailed hawks on a utility pole. To our left, another pole, another hawk. So just like when we drove through the first time. I suspect also that American Kestrel. I suspect also that the rough-legged hawks have probably left the area as well. We are going to head towards the visitor center just quickly. See if there's any activity going on there. I did try as best I could to look across the water as we were, when I first started up after the break to see if there was a lot of waterfowl activity on the other side. On the other side of the lake and everything. I didn't see anything as I was driving. I didn't see it well. It was hard to see. But I think things have changed, in terms of the distribution of birds, and as we've gotten later in the season and as there's less ice, and I think everything is in flux right now, and I didn't see any any huge gathering of waterfowl there. I think I would have seen something if it had been there. Dark, you do see, well, my headlights are not on, but many vehicles have their headlights on. I have my daytime running lights on, but not my headlights. Think about the snow geese, and we did see some high altitude flocks last week. Remember when we were on East Road, and a week or two before that we had seen some on 31, and then while we had been after that had been on East Road. Again, a lot of snow goose activity flying, it seemed, out of the area. Pigeons to our right. So, like I was saying earlier, I wonder if geese, Canada geese. I wonder if, for the most part, most of the snow goose migration has already passed through. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be that we're still expecting large numbers of them, but I don't think we've seen them yet. We have seen some flocks and everything. I see some Canada geese. Let me just stop right here for a second. Take a look with binoculars. Canada geese, 2 or 3, and well, at least they have the. Oh, you're kidding me already? No. Are those purple martins? No. I think they're starlings. Yeah, they're starlings. Uh-oh. Hope they don't take over the. Yeah, I'll show you. The purple martin houses are up, but I see a couple birds, and I was wondering, are they purple martins already? But I don't think so. They're starlings. I just hope they don't end up taking over the nesting areas from the purple martins. So anyway, I don't see any sandhill cranes here, so let's turn right around. The visitor center doesn't open until the 1st. Also, oh. I think that's a red-tailed hawk, and it's flying over the visitor center and away. Yeah, and into the woods. Oh, it just landed in one of the trees, but okay, let's keep going. The visitor center, I don't know if the visitor center ever has that weather permitting. It wouldn't make sense for it to do so, to have the weather permitting qualification in terms of its opening. The Wildlife Drive does, but I don't believe the visitor center should. I think they should just be able to open up April 1st no matter what. Oh, who's this? Sparrow of some sort, probably. Maybe a song sparrow, I don't know. Okay, let's head towards the airport, I think. Would have been nice to see sandhill cranes, not just as we saw the 3, but I would have liked to, somewhere along the lines, a close look at some. Just feeding in a field or something, but we just didn't see that today, as we did last week. The reason why I want to head to the airport is, again, just in case there might be maybe a short-eared owl or something around. Again, I'm very doubtful that there would be a snowy owl, but you never know. I was looking at a photo or something. I can't remember where it was on my computer. I think it was a photo, not a video. Maybe it was a still, pulled from, from a video. But it was at the airport this is a few years ago, and it was on, I don't know what that structure is, if it's an antenna or what, but it had 2 snowy owls on it. And I have to imagine it was part of, something from that day when we saw 5 there. since that year, we've had some sightings, but never more than one. Oh, did we have two on one occasion? We might have. But anyway, we've seen far fewer of them. And I've heard some things about some being found, having perished. Maybe not those specific ones that we had seen at the airport, but you never know. Show you the red-tailed hawks we've seen up here. Well, I just showed you one at the visitor center, but the two on along 89 that were on the utility poles. I didn't show them to you on either pass through that stretch, but we've had a. Hold on a second. Oh, those must be deer. We've had a decent day when it comes to raptors, or at least I can say I certainly have. I've seen, American kestrels, some red-tailed hawks here and there. On the campus especially, I kept seeing, I don't know if it was the same two flying around, but some turkey vultures. Of course, the bald eagles we've seen in decent numbers today. What I was getting at in terms of sandhill cranes, and hoping to see them, in the fields or something like that. That would have been great. We could have stayed on East Road and just maybe waited for them to come in. And it's interesting to see them come in. Don't get me wrong, but usually we don't see them very closely, and it is beginning to get dark. My own headlights have come on, and it's how well would we see them? I don't, maybe not that well, maybe very well. You never know. Could have luck and see them. But that's why I'm thinking, okay, well, let's try to see something a little different, possibly, and we'll need a lot of luck to see it. But maybe we'll have some kind of a sighting of one sort or another, at the airport or maybe on the way to the airport. It's very easy when you're doing something like we're doing now to I should have gone here instead of there. And, right now I could take a left turn, head towards the Cayuga Lake State Park, and you never know. Maybe there are red-headed woodpeckers around. I don't know. I haven't seen any reports of them, but I'd be concerned possibly that maybe someone has said, okay, they're seen here often enough that it's not rare. I don't know. It's always a possibility. I haven't seen a report on a snowy owl at the airport in years. even though we have seen them, but either no one's filing the reports, or they are no longer considered rare for the area, or for at least for that location. You do, if you subscribe to eBird reports, sometimes you'll see someone has said, I don't know why this is being flagged as rare here. This is a regular occurrence, etc., or whatever. And I've seen that even I think I've seen Jay McGowan post such a thing. And quite honestly, I don't know who makes the determination on what is rare where. Quite honestly, I kind of assume that the people who are responsible for checking on things, I thought they would at least have a say in the matter. I say responsible for checking, some. If I were to post that I saw some, I don't know, a harpy eagle here, I think it wouldn't be. It might be dismissed. Oh, some crazy just posted something. We're just going to disregard it right off the bat. But if it's believable enough, there's a decent chance that someone would reach out and maybe ask for more information or clarification or something. Years ago on the tour, I can't remember what kind of oriole we thought we had seen on on Wildlife Drive, and I think I don't remember the species name. It wasn't a Baltimore oriole. I think we were thinking it might have been something else. Is it? I don't know. Is it I don't know if there is such a thing as a summer oriole. Regardless, it turned out to be an orchard oriole. But whatever it was that we thought it was, and we put into eBird, eventually Jay McGowan, who I think was part of his region here that we're in right now, he reached out and asked for if there was if I had video or if I had anything better to look at. And I remember him saying, well, it's not that it is an orchard oriole, which is also less common, but maybe not considered rare, and certainly not as rare as that other species you thought it was. I've had friends or relatives send me things, just a photo or something like that, or even actually, no. In one instance, I was told, I think I've seen a such and such, and it was some kind of, I don't remember what it was, like an eagle or something that is not found in this part of the world at all. And that's what the person was wondering, if they had seen that. And they described something with a fair amount of white on the head. It wasn't, this person knew it wasn't a bald eagle, but a fair amount of white on the head, and maybe white on the breast, and otherwise like a lot of brown, and it was near the water and everything. And this person did not send me a photo, but I thought I suspected what it was that had actually been seen. So I said, "Is it this? Is it? Could it have been an osprey?" And I sent either a link or a photo or something like that. And the person said, "Oh yeah, that's what I saw." So I mean, sometimes people who don't necessarily know birds, they're going to look up something, and you can do a search on a search engine, and you put, who knows what you're going to get back as a result. And especially depending on how you search, you may get something that has nothing to do with your region, but oh, I didn't see it well, so maybe it makes sense, you know, that sort of thing. Well, I'm not seeing any owls, that's for sure. And I told you a story some time ago that, like, years ago, before the tour even started, I remember, you know, I was seeing a woodpecker. I think it was I know it was a northern flicker. I think I can't remember if I labeled it as a red-bellied woodpecker or something. I don't remember. And you know, I wasn't sure what it was, and I posted it. You know, I mean, I had a clear enough view. I just didn't know what it was, and someone at the lab corrected me. Now, these days, I look at that photo and I'm thinking, how could I have thought it was, you know, it was that other thing? Clearly, it doesn't look like it, you know. So, I mean, it's easy to get things confused, certainly. And sometimes you just have to step back and think, okay, let's take a real look at some details. And is it even possible? There is a clump of snow that looks a lot like a snowy owl, but it's not. It looks a lot like a snowy owl. Let me show you if I can. If I drive up to the building, I won't be able to show you. It looks like a big snowy owl. Hold on. We'll have to look through the fence. Hold on a second. Let me change the focus here. Well, I guess when we zoom in, it doesn't look quite as much like one, but it looks like a snowy owl if you don't get a look at it, that's for sure. I'm hearing a robin. Okay. So we have a fake snowy owl here. Well, it's not even a fake snowy owl. It's just a snow imposter. How's that? I wouldn't expect to see a snowy owl there anyway, but you never know. Okay, so we'll be around, but I think we're just going to keep our eyes open here a bit, just in case maybe a short-eared owl or someone shows up. Of course, there's some species we haven't seen today. We haven't seen a northern harrier today, for instance. Kind of would have expected to see one somewhere, maybe. We did see one last week. Now, maybe if we had stayed at East Road a little bit longer, maybe we would have seen one, but... Okay, let's... I wish I knew where the short-eared owls that we had seen several weeks ago. I just wonder where they've gone. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. And there you go, short-eared owl. And I think there was a second one I thought I saw. Okay, in fact, I'm pretty certain I saw a second one. Now, the question is, what do we do? Where do I go? Let me look around. Hold on. And it's out of view. I don't see it now. Hold on. There's that wire. I'm wondering if I should change some things up. What I don't know is, where is it? And I'm, like I said, I'm pretty sure I saw two. Let me stop here for a second. I'll tell you, I love seeing short-eared owls. I love owls, period. But you know, it's rewarding to see one because, I mean, this, you know, we keep coming here hopefully to see one, and to finally see one again it's, you know, geez, you didn't completely waste your time. And it's not a waste of time to look, but you hope that eventually get to see whatever you're out to see. I'd love to have a you know, a good look at one. And it could be that it's no longer at the, you know, in the airport field. I don't know who owns the field. It looks like an agricultural field, but it, you know, it's adjacent to the airport. But I mean, it may have flown on to a different area now. I don't know. I'm going to stay in this area. Lucky, we'll have another look. It is getting dark, so that's going to be a concern. That's why I'm wondering if I should switch up equipment or what. I'm going to go back, I think. I was wondering if these trees to our right, I was wondering if maybe by any chance, it's possible that it could land in the trees, and I could drive right by and not see it. But I was wondering if it might be in these trees. I'm sure it's a possibility. But I don't know if short-eared owls, I should probably study them a little bit. I don't know if they land on the ground often. I'm sure they land if they go after something, but like, will they kind of hang out? I mean, we see, at least in our experience, we've seen snowy owls often on the ground or at a very low perch. And I can't say we've really had that much experience seeing short-eared owls. And when we did a few weeks ago, they spent almost the entire time flying around. And when one had landed, it had landed on one of these poles here at the top. I wonder if it went to, further down the road. Maybe it did, and maybe we should do the same. That might not be a bad idea. I think that's what we might just do. I just want to look here again. The pole that's straight ahead of us, I think it was that pole that we saw it landed on weeks ago. It had perched there for just, not long, but it was up there. And since then, every time I come here, I do check the top of that pole just in case. Let me just pull over here. I want to look at something. That was just a brief sighting, and maybe that's all we're going to get. Well, I'm still looking, of course, but, since that week, there have been other times we've been here, and I remember we encountered someone who was here to see, or at least it seemed like he was here to see short-eared owls, and he hadn't seen any that day, and I got the feeling, because I think he eventually drove away, or maybe he ended up going away empty-handed. He never got to see them. And, maybe it's just really right. You've got to be here at the right time, looking in the right direction, the right exact spot. I don't know. When we were here weeks ago, we were seeing at least 2 and possibly 3. Possibly. Today, I'm reasonably confident I have seen 2. And, I'm just hoping to have another look, if possible. Did you know that when the deer eat apples, they chew with their mouths open? That one has its mouth closed, so it's not eating apples. Someone who still remains nameless has been throwing apples to the deer. Oh, whoops, more deer to our right and ahead. We're going to turn around and head back towards the airport anyway. I don't have any apples. Well, I wouldn't. If I were the one shooting apples, throwing apples to the deer, I don't happen to have any apples right now. If. Apples. They like apples. They come for apples. They come for apples. They eat the apples, and then they leave. I'm still hopeful we'll see another one, or we'll have another sighting. And, you know, if you think about it, I mean, even just this area of the airport, I mean, there's a lot of space to search in, and you know, the owls could be anywhere, just happen to look in the right place and saw them. And, you know, their color is not exactly that of you know, the field here, but it's close enough, especially in this light, that it doesn't look, you know, just happen to see them. Oh, see one. Hold on. Not close though. Hold on. Not close. I don't know where it is now. I don't see it now, but I saw it. Here, Robin. I'm going to set you down. I want to look with binoculars. Pretty sure I saw one, but I don't see it now. be calling it a day pretty soon, but there's still some light left, and we still have sort of species that might be around and active at this time of day to potentially see. So I'm not, ready to close up shop just yet. Like I said, I'd love to have a good look at one. Meaning maybe have it, even if it's just perched on something, and just give us an opportunity to see it a little bit better. Be great. Relative to this road, where did I just see one, and where was our actual sighting that we definitely saw it flying around? I'm not sure how far from this road it was. I think it was on the left side. When we saw them weeks ago, clearly they were flying around a lot. And now, maybe they are flying around. Oh, a few Canada geese to our right, 2 or 3. Maybe they are flying around just as much, but just out of the area, and I'm just not getting to see them. I'm not sure. But when we saw them several weeks ago, like I said, other than that one time that we saw one, on the pole, and then, of course, the times when they did go to the ground, and we couldn't see them on the ground, but just because of the way the ground was, they were in the air the whole time. At least all our sightings were of them in the air. Like I said, it is getting dark, so we only have so much more time. But sometimes it gets late in the day, and you're just hoping for a lucky sighting. We've had the lucky sighting now. Now we're hoping for more, and it's reasonable. It's a reasonable hope, just because we're in an area, we've seen it now, and there's a chance we'll get another look. My point is, coming here, we were hoping for some luck. And now that we've had the luck, now we're hoping to do better if we can. It's getting more difficult for that to happen just because it is getting darker. You know, shame on me. Maybe I should look at some of the other. Granted, it has been over closer to that road we were just on, but maybe they're. You never know. Maybe they've been perching on you know, some kind of airport, something or other, either a structure on the ground, or I don't think the buildings, but. First time we had ever seen a short-eared owl was here at this airport, and it was on, you know, it was on like a lighting something or other, or some kind of runway device, I think. Of course, that was during daylight, well, you know, closer to the middle of the day, and I don't remember what it was. It may not have been a light itself, but well, what we are going to do is we're going to drive to the other side of the airport, and maybe, never know, maybe that's where they've been, and that's why we're not seeing them, because they're on the other side. So let's head that way. I doubt it, but you never know. Wasn't the best look that we had today, but at least we had a you know, a good enough look to definitely identify it. And you got to see that nice, beautiful owl face. You never know. Maybe if we hadn't gone to the visitor center, maybe they were flying around a lot, maybe we would have had more sightings. I don't know. In hindsight, maybe it was a bad idea to go there. We didn't see much at the visitor center, and maybe we would have had better luck here. No sign of anyone here. let's head back to the other side again. We'll take the different route. And if we don't see anybody, I think we'll probably call it a day. Glad we came here, though. As I've said in the past, though, I mean, if you don't go to an area, you know, very often you're left wondering, oh, what would I have seen had I visited today? I often think back years ago, before the tour, when I just first started going to Sapsucker Woods regularly, and then one Saturday, I remember it was just it was just a windy day. And it wasn't rainy or anything, but it was just windy. And I had decided, you know, I'm not going to go. And for the entire day, yeah, I looked at the trees around me to see if they were moving in the wind, and they were, not terribly so. And I was like, oh yeah, I could have gone today. I mean, it might have been windy, but I could have gone. I don't know what I would have seen, and who knows, it might have been terrible, might have been great, but I could have gone. And I remember that I regretted it for a long time. And who knows, maybe I wouldn't have seen anything special that day. Or, you know, or just seen anything even worth taking a photo of. I don't know, but the point is, you know, sometimes you can decide, okay, I'm not going somewhere today. And you never know, you might, you know, you don't necessarily regret it for anything specific unless someone tells you, yeah, you should have been there. We saw such and such here today. But, you know, if you don't hear anything, maybe you don't know, but you know, at the very least, you're left wondering, what would I have seen? No, we don't hear that. everybody. I think we're going to call it a day. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun as usual, and I think rewarding, at least for me it has been. I hope you can say the same. And, you know, it's just a privilege to be able to do this and to see the birds that we do and to share it with you. It's just great. Just can't say enough about it. But like I said, it's time for me to pack up and head home. We're running on a light, and well, that owl has given us the slip. Owls, I think there were 2 of them, and maybe next time we'll have better luck. You never know. Maybe we'll see them a little bit more. But until then, I wish you all a very good night and a very good week. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.